Good day everyone. We're back with some more FGR today. And good news, as you can see, our next event has been announced. And it is indeed the rerun of Summer 3, where we can get Jeanne d'Arc Alta Berserker variant. And that's coming in 4 days. So we have a lot to look forward to. Hopefully we can get all 5 copies of her, even though this is a new account. And as a reminder, this event also carries what, to my knowledge, and full disclosure, I could very well be forgetting a craft essence that has come out in Japan since now. But to my knowledge, this event contains the best available 4-star, best available starting MP. That's not what I wanted to go to. Best available starting MP Arts Craft Essence Painting Summer, which unfortunately has mixed stats. Obviously you would want full attack if at all possible, but you get a 10% art up, 10% MP gain. That's really lovely, because the arts up is already like a 10% MP gain, so it's really like a 20% MP gain plus 10% arts card damage. And you start with 50% starting MP. And thankfully, unlike most events where you will be given, well, you either be rewarded or bought from the event shop using material that you gain for displaying the event, where you would get 4 copies and then have to hope the 5th copy drops for you while you're randomly grinding the free quests. In this case, all 3 of the, we'll call them welfare event CEs, all 5 copies of each will be given to you from the event. 3 are bought from the shop, and then 2 are rewarded for you on the points ladder. Unfortunately, this is can be a bit of a rough event, especially for new players to get their heads around, because there are a lot of event materials and currencies available in it. So they're the typical 3 shop materials, but then there are 3 currencies that are tied to point ladders, and then the more of those you get, you reach certain milestones and are rewarded for it. So it's like you win prizes for collecting a certain number of each of those pieces. So our goal, at the very least, once this event starts, is to get the 5th copy. To get the 4th copy is really easy. So 3 from the shop, and then you get very early on in the points ladder rewarded your 4th copy. The 5th copy, though, can also come from drops. However, you have to get 800,000 points in, which sounds like a lot, and to be fair, it is, but it's very helpful to grind these events in general. So and you're getting plenty of rewards for doing so, even besides the CE. So it's definitely good to do so, and it's very much doable. Also, since this is a rerun, it won't be as difficult to find people on your support list that already have the event craft essences from the gacha, which increase point gain, or the welfare CEs, which increase ladder currency gain. So you won't be as in bad of a shape as if this was the first time this event came and everyone had to start from the bottom, basically. Also, typically, they even make the event a little lighter, grindy-wise, on the reruns, hence why it's called Revival Light. On top of that, there's also a really lovely Arts Mystic card that's available on there, so we will make sure to try and get that as quickly as we can. Besides that, okay, now as a reminder, I said that off stream I was going to grind out 18 Saint Courts, and unfortunately had to do some off-stream rolls with it because the banner was going to leave by this time. So I did said rolls. Now, they were mostly duds, so in the 7 rolls, because we got a bonus, 6 of them were complete duds, unfortunately. However, we were lucky enough to snag a copy of the Raid Up 5-star craft essence, which means we already have a 50% starting MP craft essence that can work in a pinch for any color card, so that's really lovely. That's going to help us quite a bit. Really like to see it. But besides that is all we gained that was noteworthy. That and a second copy of Zelrich here, which is just to reiterate, this is definitely a 3-star craft essence that you want to keep because it's one of the really good ones. It's one of the few really good ones, because once this is maxed out, you get I think it's 10% MP gain and 40% starting MP, both of which are very nice. And see, we're lucky because this very next event that's coming up has a 50% starting MP craft essence available, and the current summon banner has one that doesn't even need MLB to already be 50%. When this is MLB, it would be 60% starting, which is a lot rarer, but also not necessarily the most needed thing, depending. So, but Zelrich is a very good 1 to 3 for free-to-play players, because it's one that you'll get eventually, and it can really provide a lot of help to your team, because again, battery and starting MP and all that is really difficult for fresh accounts starting out, unless like waiver spooks you early on, but we all can't be that bloody lucky. Now, back on to business. We're going to do our final set of starting rolls. After this, we will just save all our Saint Courts until probably, my current thinking is maybe the Maryland banner, just because it'd be handy, it'd be really helpful to have Maryland, because like he's the premier buster support, but he can also work with other card colors as well because he's just really bloody strong. Now, of course, we'll do friend points summons because there's no reason to not do so. Unfortunately, that was a big dud. What is this? No, nothing particularly worthwhile. Matahari seems to like us quite a bit. Alright. So here we go. Now we're not going to roll on this because, again, since we're not expecting 5 stars here, that season that popped up was, I'm still very amused by that randomness. But we're mostly aiming for we're counting on hopefully getting some 3 stars. Unfortunately, he's a rate up 3 star, and I have less than 0 interest in him, so we're gonna go over here. Plus, she's the sole 5 star on this banner. Wait, yeah, she's the sole 5 star on this banner. So, if one pops up, odds are it'll be here. And we could use a nice AoE rider on the off chance that she did, but I wouldn't. Not going to hold any breath. Let me check. Yeah. Queen of Shiva is who that is. I always think she's a 5 star for whatever reason. Unfortunately, she's story locked, which means I'll probably never get her. Unless this banner is feeling generous. Cersei, though, this loss, just like Castigal, she spooked me 3 bloody times on my main. She just keeps coming. And Najah here, amusingly enough, was the very first 4 star that wasn't from a starting role I ever got on my main. She just came out of nowhere. Quickly followed by Nightingale. Neither of them were the rate up 7, of course, so it was 2 spooks. Pretty unlucky. Alright, let's get to rolling. We'll go ahead and do this 10 roll just over here, just for kicks and giggles. Come on, give us something nice. That is not something nice. Come on, Ku. Come on, Asuko. Oh, it's a Servant. Or it's a Lancer. Kukulane, why do you hate me? Another dash. Another Servant. An Assassin, come on, Asuko. Ah, bugger. Looks like another Servant. Okay, maybe another copy of Robin. Nah. Now, he's perfectly serviceable as an AoE archer if you want to level him. It's just there's our 4th copy of that. So we're liable to get that MLB, which is our well, there's a MLB. Archer Robin. Uh, so of the 3 versions of Gilgamesh in this game, he is Kid Gil is very much a great deal worse than the other two. The other two are good, and Kid Gil is, well, not so much, unfortunately. What's with the archers? Okay, another Robin at least. That's what, MP3. We take those. Nonsense. We'll go ahead and clear that up. I don't know if that's really worth him, MLB. Because what it does is it'll go to 8% for both of these. So Quick and Buster. And then the MP gauge gain would go to 5%. Well, we can always burn it after the fact if we change our mind. You won't lose out on any mana prisms or anything. It still counts. So if we burnt this, it would still count as burning 5 copies of it. When it comes to the stuff we get out of it. We'll go ahead and lock it for now. Alright. Now for our final 10 rolls of our little beginner rolls here. Well, technically, we can do an extra one because this was the 7th daily login, so we got an extra summon ticket. If you log in every day for a week, on day 7 you'll get a summon ticket. You get 1 summon ticket and 3 Saint Courts just for logging in. Every day for a week. Each week, rather. On top of cumulative login bonuses. So, when I was, even before I started playing, there was a video, okay, a caster, so that'll be in there. There was a video that I saw one of the bigger FGO YouTube channels do, where they tried to go into, they tested out if you would have better odds of getting gold units out of doing, say, single rolls or the same number of 10 rolls. And I believe the math came out to where if you want 5 stars, there's a very, very slightly higher chance than doing single rolls. Whereas if you want 4 stars, there's a very slightly higher chance of doing 10 rolls, but it's very negligible. Of course, this is going completely off memory of a video I saw years ago, because I hadn't even started playing yet when I saw it. So who knows how accurate it was. Bit move the heavens. Pretty art, but what is the effect? Oh, nothing particularly good, unfortunately. Passive star gen can be helpful, but not when it's such. I mean, 1 per turn is. Are you any good? I know my main ended up getting a lot of that recently. Oh. It's an arts crit card. So no. Well, it's a 4-star one, so no, really. Okay, come on, Lancer. No, bugger. Boudica's really liking us recently. Is this the second or third copy we've gotten today? Ah. Alright, we got our bonus soon. Come on, Assassin, Asuko. Ah, well, it's a Hassan, but not the one we wanted. Really is a shame we've gotten so unlucky. No Q, no Asuko. Oh, here's a shot. You've got to be joking. Well, we have one ticket left. I guess we should YOLO. Here's our last chance of getting one of them. At least it's a servant. Ah, well. It's a shame, but maybe FP will be kinder to us. Okay, let's clean this mess up. Well, first. Hearts. Noble Phantasm. Okay, could rob an MP3. Jeez, bloody MP3 as well. The good news is, at least when it comes to Asuko, we can stand waiting until she pops up instead of wasting materials on Serenity. Like, Serenity's not terrible. She just is just so very overshadowed by Asuko, like all the other 3-star assassins are. That 3-star and under assassins are. That it's just better to wait for her, I feel, so we can have we know we can like get her up pretty well. We won't have to go do some bunch of farming to even get started with her. Medea, I think I've explained before, is unfortunate. She is an unfortunate case of being a day one servant where they didn't really know how they wanted to do the game, really. And they made her to where she could easily charge up her MP quickly. But they decided to nerf her horribly due to that, to where her MP, despite being single target, has an AoE multiplier, so she doesn't really do any damage. However, she's still useful because what her MP does do is remove all the buffs from an enemy. And removing enemy buffs is very nice. and she's one of the few ways to do it that's available for 1 to 3 star units. Alexander's another. I don't think we even have a copy of him, do we? He's the best 1 to 3 star AoE rider. Unless I'm randomly forgetting someone, but I'm pretty sure he is. And then followed by Medusa. He's more of the semi-support type. He's got a charisma. He's basically your 1 to 3 star quick support as well. He's the best. He's the best we got. If you like those particular card types, unfortunately. All right. Now we actually got 100 mana prisms, thanks to daily login. So I figure we can use them to keep firing our units. So it's a good chance to take advantage of these. Not only are there 30 of them in stock, and then another 20 each down here, but these are at full price, whereas these anniversary spatial ones are third price, so 5 prisms apiece. So we can get a head start on firing really important units like Heracles. Now, I'm purposely leaving that at 970 because each of these silver fires will give 50 to the stat. So 20 of it will go into the void. So I'll just wait until I get a couple bronze berserker foes to max him at it, cap him at 1,000, since he's uneven like that. Yeah, we'll go ahead and give him these HP ones. I don't think there are any. Yeah, there's nothing else besides that. So now we've almost got a Heracles fully fired. I mean, that's close enough to 1,000. Shouldn't take us too long to get some bronze ones. And then we'll go ahead and follow her because she can, like Heracles, who's a berserker and can go against any class, she can go against any cavalry class, or a berserker, or a forerunner, so she's very handy. So we kind of get more bang for our buck, as it were. And she's our first 1,000 forward attack forward unit. Now, as you can see, when it gets to 1,000 here, it will do this every time. It'll to let you know, hey, now you can go to 2,000 with these golden 4-star foes, if you like. Of course, it'll be a very long time before we can do that, and I definitely recommend focusing on your absolute favorite unit first, or at least the favorite one that you have at the time. So we'll have to wait and see who that is. Full disclosure, my very current thinking is no more rolling. Well, I might stop rolling after however far we get in Okeanos on here. But right now I'm leaning towards just saving that. And then we'll roll on the Maryland banner. Perhaps. And hopefully we snag a copy of it. But I'm not going to hold my breath. And then I'm thinking about saving up all the way until next April, when the second half of Lost Belt 5, so Global, or NA, is currently, or recently, Lost Belt 4 came out, and at the end of this year, the first half of Lost Belt 5 comes out. And then next year in April, or at least it was in April in Japan, so it should be roughly the same time. It's really only our anniversaries that is different by a month. The second half came out, and with it is a particular summon banner that has a story-locked 4-star AoE Buster Lancer called Canis. And I really like her a great deal. I mean, Mordred's my favorite character, so I suppose it doesn't come as much as a surprise because they have some similarities, we'll say. So I'm thinking about, because I can't really justify rolling 4 on my main, because when it comes to AoE, tanky, buster, AoE, critty, Lancer, I already have a Rescue all the way kitted out. So it kind of be like, they do have their differences, of course, but they kind of do a lot of the same things, really. However, on the alt account, where I don't have a Rescue, I can, without feeling guilty, roll for. So I'm thinking about doing that. That's a lot of saving too, so we should have a good chance of getting her at high MP. As for the Oniland event, and perhaps trying for a second copy of Setonai, I might throw a couple 10 rolls of the like at the time. We'll see how we feel. We will see how we feel. But for all that, let us go be some proper pirates. Okay, Saber and Archer. Now, Lon Ling is Bond 5 already, so really we could swap him out with somebody else to gather Bond, namely Robin, which actually opens us up because it opens the cost up more for us to be able to equip this. Now, here's the thing though, he's only got one quick card for one, but so 8% Buster, but this is 15% Buster and quite a bit more attack. So. As you can see, I was making use of, or we can make use of this little number as well. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm forgetting something. But it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's a shame leveling this skill any further is locked behind material that we don't have access to. Well, we don't have slightly more convenient access to until next Singularity. But them's the breaks. Oh, now we get his quick card. Oh, I forgot to level. Silly me. I will do that after this fight. Figure we'll get Seton Ion up to 50. Ascending her though, well, alter egos, she should actually be not too bad first to ascend, actually, because what she does, okay, she needs caster pieces and berserker pieces. Now luckily we didn't use any berserker pieces because we used our spatial ascension on Heracles, which means we're free to go and use all our berserker stuff on her, since we're not going to be leveling another berserker for the foreseeable future. Now caster stuff though, I guess it wouldn't hurt to ascend her once, just to get access to her second skill, which is her arts up and debuff immunity. Always better to have access to more skills than not. This is even provided we have enough experience even to get her to 50, let alone bloody 60. Alright. Are we going to be able to... I think we can. One turn this wave. With David in the lead. Because he's going to do double damage to the pirate. Or to the saber. Yeah, easy as. Get 1,000 extra even. Oh. Important thing to note, this game does have a high roll, low roll mechanic when it comes to damage. There is a variance. So, say we replayed this same turn, which is doable. You can exit out of the app before the turn registers as finished, and then replay it by pulling the app back up. So you can kind of cheese the game and replay turns that way. If you click on the drawer. So if you did that, and say we used this Buster card, the amount of damage it does can have some variance to it because there are high rolls and low rolls. Now this mostly affects MPs because the Noble Phantasms are the ones that are doing all of the big damage. So it's much easier to see from there. Of course, we'll never see the card because she's going to kill them. I think it's 20%. It can do up to. There's a total of 40% variance from either way. So you can do up to 20% less damage than default, or 20% more damage. I think that's the number. So typically when people talk about like loopers and stuff and them being consistent or not, about clearing certain waves at certain MP levels, and like, oh, at MP2 you've got like a 70% chance of clearing waves with this level of health for this enemy type kind of deal. And it's like, oh, but if you MP3 that jumps up to always guaranteed kind of stuff. That's what's based on it. They're taking into account low rolls to high rolls, or really low rolls, because clearly if you can do it at neutral, high rolls are just extra overkill. So it's the low rolls that you have to worry about. Now, if we take our vitamins and say our prayers, maybe we will get lucky with a crit here. Didn't take our vitamins fast enough. Also, I forgot to burn some stuff. Okay, grab some more mana prisms. Let's go ahead and do that. Clear out our inventory. Sure would be nice to get a Lancer to use these fires on. If only we had a Lancer. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, we can get closer to fully HP firing Heracles now. Wait, how many does he need? Oh, so we'll use 2. Because, like as I said before, these are worth 50, so you can't want to get full value out of them. Unless you just have excess ones, which will happen eventually if you keep... well, as long as you keep on top of buying them from the Mana Prism shop, the monthly Mana Prism shop, and from event shops, because they always have a set of 20 each of them. And then on special occasions like this event, where they have even more available. So we'll go ahead and slap start slapping these remaining ones on there. So when it comes to foes, definitely recommend focusing on your DPS units first, which probably seems... Is this the fight I think it is? Which probably seems, well duh, kind of deal, but... Alright. I'm so tempted. We're actually going to struggle getting enough full story we can even put Season I in our team, because we have to keep Heracles here, because he needs Bond. Oh, the pain. Pain and agony. Observe. Oh, now we're over this. Wait a minute. Never mind. Problem solved. However, I think we can do this number. Yeah, there we go. Just let her get some shine. Now Shiki's going to. She'll need 20% more charge. Oh well, we can do this. Maybe. I think this is the fight against Drake. But I can't. I think she's alone. Yeah. Very handy little skill to have. We'll go ahead and do this. So, Drake is actually a really handy 5-star rider. She's AoE Buster. She's got a 50% archery. She's got a 1-turn team-wide attack and MP damage up that are fairly high. Well, actually they're a lot lower than I thought. That's the misfortune of being such an early unit, I guess. It's 17% each. I wonder if eventually, typically they go back through and they'll give an upgrade that'll standardize that to 20% and maybe add a little something else to it. But since she's already just a really good unit, I imagine that's very lower on their priority list. She's got 45% MP gain up on the second skill for herself. And then, oh yeah, she can ignore Involve for 3 turns. Oops. So, basically, we need to race her down as quickly as we can. Which would be getting Shiki's MP really quickly. So, we'll do this number. Now she has fairly high hit count, so if she actually hit Shiki higher, we're good. We're in good shape. I should have put Seat on I third. Never mind, it's fine. Never in doubt. Yeah, you're fully attack mode. Yeah, that's 7500 attack. Just one level below, but just a wee bit higher. Just a smidge. I'm actually going to use hair spares just so we can show it off. And, we'll show a bust just for kicks and giggles. Nice debuffs. The damage was low because again she's nowhere near max level and she doesn't have a single buff for her damage. There's another rider emblem. We take those. Also, I seem to have neglected explaining what Drake's AoE MP is like. Now it's upgraded, so it's which is a simple upgrade that just boosted the damage, but it does generate 20 crit styles at base as well. So she's another MP setup crit for next turn type of unit. It's a good solid standard useful unit. And now of course you have access to her for your support list as a guest server if you like. Somehow has a second skill even though she's not been ascended yet. The game may or may not cheat just a wee bit sometimes. Now we don't want Seed here because she's going to do less damage to save us because she does half damage to Knight classes. Drake is also unlimited as well, so she can spook you at any time, which is nice. AoE riders are a nice thing to have, since caster enemy types seem fairly often, fairly common rather. I mixed like two sentences I was trying to say at the same time. Heracles is packing more of a wallet now, after he's been fired. Of course, still wasn't enough for that one. Come on, mate, what are you doing? Or David had a swing at it. Alright, this was a two-way. Oops. Very lovely god rays coming through. Very nice warm forest sunlight effect going through there. I feel like this particular singularity kind of stepped it up when it comes to the backgrounds that you fight on. When it comes to just them being a lot less aesthetically boring than they were in the first couple singularities. And then Ryuki was just on, everything kind of looked the same, but on fire. But who doesn't like to look at fire? Probably firemen, but... it's difficult to overstate just how helpful it is that they gave away the like these items and the serpent, the snake eye jewels, just because so many early units need them, and there's such a pain in the rear to try and get to drop, unfortunately. Why? Sometimes it confuses me a little by, hey, use a Lancer even though they have sabers. See, this is a situation where you would probably want to just use an Archer or a Berserker. Oh, nice. We have access to an Arjuna also. I don't remember how that happened, but we take those. Drake's kind of, she's quite a fun character. I feel like most take a shine to her as you play through. Okay. Wait a bloody minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet there's a super scope too, isn't it? Maybe not. I feel like his attack would be higher if it were. Let's just do this to make sure we don't get any more embarrassment out of Heracles.
了解しました。行きましょう。終わるがいい。終わるがいい。
So, if you, so I suppose I need to actually talk about why he's so bloody good. Well, for one, his attack stat is very high. He's a berserker, of course, which means he's good against most of the classes in the game. A big AoE buster type MP. His attacker is 30% for 3 turns. However, if the enemy is debuffed, unless it's a battle mechanic debuff, he will get an extra 50% damage against them. Against the enemies that are debuffed. So what a lot of people do is they will add like poison command codes or burn or curse command codes to his cards, or just team him up with someone that, like Robin or something, that can slap a debuff on enemies really easily, really willy-nilly, and now he's got basically plus 80% attack against them. This, of course, is makes his buster cards slope up all those crit stars a lot better to ensure he gets Buster Brave Chain with all of the crits. And it's a 30% MP gauge battery, and it's on a low 5-turn cooldown, which is really nice. And then he's got so berserkers are quite squishy because they take double damage from everything. Except Mash, Rip. So he's got a little bit of defensiveness to him, in this case Guts, and a fairly large, well, a medium HP regen per turn for 3 turns. So in case something goes awry, he's got that. And the big one, his Noble Phantasm, is of course AoE Buster. But pre-activation, he throws a huge debuff on the enemies, which reduces their buster resistance for 3 turns. So at base, that's 20%. So they take 20% more damage from buster cards. However, remember his skill 1. If he's attacking an enemy that has a debuff on them, then he gets an extra 50% damage up against it. So basically he does approximately all of the damage. Whether it's his face cards or his MP, he's one of the single most explosive units of the game. And he's only had 1 raid up, and unfortunately you missed it if you're starting now. So my condolences, but hopefully GSSR is good for you. Good to you if you want him and want to go for him, because he's not popped up on a single banner since then as a solo raider. I'm actually not sure he's been on a banner period. But as you can see, it's basically with all the damage up, it's practically a single target scaled MP that hits in an AoE. Just insane damage. both his attack and HP are quite decently high as well. So that helps. The HP being high helps offset again the the inherent squishiness that berserkers often have. Okay. It's tempting just to grab him again. Actually, I am going to check. Okay, so that's what it is. He's just not 2k forward. And it is a super scope. But he's not 2k forward. I thought there was something off about that. So his attack can still go up by another 1,000. Same with his health, another 1,000. It's kind of amusing. Also, this was just MP1. If they had gotten lucky enough to get a second copy of him, that insane damage would be even more so. But so yeah, if you're behind and an event's coming up and it's like, oh no, it's locked quite late behind story. But nowadays there are plenty of overpowered units you can just grab off your friends list that will just carry you through very quickly. So if you really put your nose to the grindstone, you can get caught up quite quickly, and there's a good shot at making it in time. Unless it's like, oh no, it's tomorrow, and I'm in Fuyuki, but I need to beat Lost Belt 2. In that case, you're in a bit of a pickle. So, that's rather unfortunate for you, but hopefully you won't be in that situation. They've thankfully eased off a lot on the events that are locked behind really late Lost Belts, since it kept locking out the majority of the player base, who then get really upset because they can't do the event. So most events are locked just behind Fuyuki, so everyone can do them, as long as you've, well, cleared Fuyuki, which, if you haven't, then you saw us do it in like a couple hours. So you can do it with level 1 units. There's really nothing stopping you. Now, let's do this node. Oh, good day. Okay, I'll see if I can't add you after this fight. Heracles really wants to show out with all these cards he's getting. Might be a good idea to show some more Jolta here, since she's going to be available here in like 3 days for everyone if you play the event. There's no way she's getting 20% charge off of this. Yeah, but it is close. She does have a fairly nice MP game. It's also fine. Okay, so reminder her kit. She's got. I think I've neglected to actually explain her kit very well. So, her fair skill is very handy because it adds It's a hard survival. Now sure, it's one hit for a turn, but say they have their MP, and as long as they don't have sure hit or pierce invuln, she's going to survive. She's going to dodge their MP. So this makes her a little bit tankier, despite being again a berserker. So it helps in that regard, but it also gives her it further increases her already RK MP gain. Now she's only got the 1 arts and the 1 quick, but they have decent MP gain even by base, and that just helps. And what this is, so she gets what? So she gets a 1-hit evade for 3 turns. So at the end of the turn, one of the 3 stacks will pop onto it, and then it'll do that for 3 turns. She's got a nice attack up. That's 20%, and will cause all of her normal attacks to slap a burn debuff on the opponent, which is just an extra 500 damage each turn. And then this, of course, is a nice 20% buster up that also is 20% MP gauge, but with the demerit of draining 1k of her health, which isn't too big of a thing. So we'll show off how she is with just her own buffs. The MP's unupgraded, but as you can see, still does really good damage. Thanks to being MP5 as a welfare. So she can stick around a little bit fairly consistently and do some burst damage before falling in longer fights. Plus there's plenty of buster support even for 1 to 3 star units that can help her quite a bit. Alright, let's see. Search into if that's correct. All right. Now we can go to, why did I click there? To archers. Incidentally, there are a lot of really good 50% starting MP buster craft essences. Aerial Drive probably being the premier one because it's buster plus MP up, MP strength up. And most of them are already full attack, so that's really nice. This one that I'm using on her, of course, is Starry Nights, which is also full attack. I just don't have it leveled very well because it takes a long time to make star bombs, unfortunately. You're welcome, mate. And this one's more for buster crit, more crit focused servants as opposed to just using up the MP for one big bomb. So those are very handy to have, and luckily this craft essence seems to come back fairly often when Ereshkigal or Ishtar get raided up. So even though it's an event CE originally, um, you might have other shots at it, which is nice. Alright, I'm actually supposed to be getting ready for a fight here. So, use the Arturia here. Simulator seems to have crashed on me. One moment. Okay, you just tell it to resume. And we should be right back in the same fight we were.
やれやれ非経済的だな。いけるかな。遠慮はしませんと楽しみです。えい、ほう。えい、ほう。
22% MP gain off of one arts card. It's pretty nice. Alright, Eric. I forgot we fought in this early. Wow. Righty here.
遠慮はしませんとも。えい、ほう。
Okay, that wasn't very nice. The debuffs. We'll do this. It's a quick, so she probably won't get very good gain off of it. Yeah, still 10% away. Luckily, he takes a long while to get his MP, so we have a decent amount of time. Alright, this is a defense up as well. Let's go ahead and do this, and she's going to be able to MP next turn. And a random crit. Alright. I'll use hers. Just his probably would have done more damage since it's a buster, but she's also getting double damage, so we'll see. We do need to try and take these out pretty quickly though, because they're, as you can see, about to get their extra attack. No worries. See, as you can see, she can get her MP back in a jiff. Alright, problem solved. Random crits. Full disclosure, we're playing pretty sloppily just because like we could handle that a lot better and not like we could support her a little more, get her MP quicker, she could kill Blood Axe quicker. Because really, most team comps are more a couple supports and then a DPS, whereas we're going a support and then 2 DPS, so we're definitely not let's see what do we want to use here. We can't use an alter ego because they're knight classes. I suppose an archer. We'll use Gil. I never used Gil. It occurs to me that we should probably have the Buster up seat craft essence on Heracles instead of the starting MP, because really his MP isn't the most important thing in the world, especially since the buff for it is so long away. Like it actually really packs a punch then, but that's a long way off. Because for the most part is just his massive hits on his face cards are the good stuff. I do find it strange that we bounce between boss fights where even if they're add enemies, they're quite stout as well, and then right back to these are as weak as like Orleans level enemies. Like the level's higher, but nothing else is. So bit strange. It's a shame Gil's battery is only 30%. It's one of the things that tilts even more in Ishtar's favor when it comes to figuring out which one is the better unit of them. Now, full disclosure, they're both really, really good. If you like Gilgamesh, more power to you, he's a great unit. But if you're just looking at them purely objectively or on paper, like they both have a big attack up for the party. She has the higher battery, and she has a turn of hard survival. He has 0 survival. He doesn't have an evade, he doesn't have a guts, he doesn't have an invuln, which is unfortunate. And they both do really good MP damage. Actually, she doesn't even have her MP buff yet. So hers is even going to improve soon. She also will generate stars, which is an addition they make to her MP. When is her MP buff? Or am I just insane and she's already gotten it? I'm pretty sure she hasn't. In global, rather. 2, 2. Okay, yeah, it's soon, It's a couple months. In September is when she gets it. I knew it was soon. So yeah, right now he will do more MP damage, but she has a bigger attack up because her charisma is... Actually, let me check just to make sure. I'm pretty sure her charisma is... his is 21%. Hers is 20%, but also gives everyone 20% crit damage. Then she's got 50% battery with self-invuln and ignore invuln. Of course, those are 80% activation chances, but 80% is a pretty good chance of it actually proccing. And we have Lon Ling who can guarantee it for her. And if you have something like Ozymandias, he can also guarantee it. So that's really nice. And then her Mana Burst, which gives a big 50% attack increase. And that's on the 3-turn cooldown. And then after upgrade, their MP will be scaled the same, of course. Now, he will buff his MP damage by 30%, where she gives herself a 20% buster up. So, on paper, that's a 10% extra damage that he gives. However, she gains 20 crit stars as well after her upgrade, which just improves the chance of, sets up a big crit turn next turn. And he doesn't have, unfortunately, he has crit star absorption, but he doesn't have a way to generate the stars like she does. But again, they're both really good units, and he gets a lot of bonus damage against most Servan enemies, most of them. It's typically like foreigners and the like that aren't weak to his MP. He's even weak to his own MP, funnily enough. Basically, like I post these links to the Fandom wiki, like this, and you can check in traits if they say weak to Enuma Elish. Well, that's his MP. So he gets bonus damage against them if he fought them. Now, interestingly enough, so like if he and Ishtar fought, she would be weak to his MP. But interestingly enough, Space Ishtar wouldn't be, or Astarte, or Astareth, whatever you want to call her. I generally call her Astarte, personally. But since I was already talking about Ishtar, I just did that. It just went with Space Ishtar as a transition. Now, if you'll notice, Astarte doesn't have weak to Enuma Elish. So she doesn't take bonus damage against from him. And the Mysterious Heroines, they don't either, presumably because they're from a different universe. Actually, that may be what it is, because they're all from different, because even Astarte is from a different universe, lore-wise. I guess it makes sense. Because the Ishtar that's in Astarte is not the same as the Ishtar that we summon. Or the Ishtar that possessed Rin and became the version we summon. Okay, what is... This is an interesting fight. Saber, Archer, and Caster. Oh, someone really likes Renez. I like Renez a lot too. Let's see if we can get her MP fairly quickly. I don't remember what this fight actually is. It has a caster. It's just been so long since I've gone through here. Interesting. Napoleon even. I guess because he comes from a lost belt instead of... Well, in that case, Anastasia. Unless the Anastasia we get isn't the lost belt one. I don't actually know. Oh, that's what the casters are. I do not remember this fight. I do not, in the slightest. It's a bit painful, but we'll do that. Just wasn't the way we were going to one-turn that, but the hand we got dealt. I'm not sure if you've noticed as you've watched this playthrough, but predominantly we use Buster cards and Arts cards. Quick cards, unfortunately, well, they do the least amount of damage, but they do generate stars. However, depending on your units, it's not going to generate enough stars to make much of a difference. It's really... We haven't really been using big crit-focused units with a team that can help generate stars for them and bump them full of stars, which is unfortunate, but it is the hand we've been dealt. No. Oh well. Because quick cards on their own tend to do all that hard damage wise. Even with crits, depending on the unit, unfortunately. Now quick MPs generally get the way they scale. They actually do pretty good damage. I mean, you saw Ushi's MP. That's a quick MP, and it does quite a bit of damage. But it's not the case all of them, unfortunately. And a pinch quick can help get MP gain, of course. As long as they have the arts bonus. Some high hit busters are even pretty good for MP gain, like a Tamashark or Tamamori Lancer, Summer Tamamori, whatever you want to refer to her as. She actually has some surprisingly good MP gain on her buster cards, because they're such high hit count. As long as, obviously, just to get them to where they even produce MP gauge, they need to have an arts lead off. You can tell a Rescue Doll's kind of a popular lass. It seems like it's fairly common to find her. When I wrote for her, that wasn't really the case, and then everybody had her. It was kind of funny. If you do like her, she will get one more raid up in the future on a DL campaign next year. Actually, I think it's next year. She and I think Theon, who he is a 4-star AoE arts lancer, who is really good as well. He's like the big sort of cream of the crop when it comes to AoE 4-star lancers. Arts wise, would be Theon tied with Melt or Lambda, Summer Melt. They're basically interchangeable. They're both just exceedingly good AoE arts lancers that both of them can loop very well. Quick wise is Parvati and Buster. Or he seems Bust. Who is the Buster for 4-star? It AoE Buster 4-star monster. I guess it would be, well, Canis. Yeah, it'd definitely be Canis, but Canis is sort of in a similar way to Resh, because Resh can hit really hard with the Buster crits, which kind of makes her kind of a quasi single target damage dealer on top of having an AoE MP. Canis is the same way, where she just does massive crit damage. So she so her AoE MP isn't like, it's enough to kill weaker mobs, of course, but for the most part you want to focus on getting those big crits with her. But she's the premier AoE Buster Lancer for 4 stars, I'd say. besides that, it's like Najah, but we have to wait on her MP upgrade before she finally... Like, she has a fairly decent kit, actually, Najah does. It's just her MP hit like a bloody wet noodle. Because she has a 20% quick and buster up that also gives her a 30% crit damage up, all for 3 turns, on a 5-turn cooldown. That's pretty nice for getting 3 decent-sized buffs for 3 turns as well. She gets Guts with a 20% MP battery. She gives her 1-turn Star Absorb for a crit turn, and also cleanses her own debuffs. But unfortunately, and then her MP even gives herself a 20% MP damage up before it activates, and also gives a burn that does 1000 damage per turn for 5 turns. Now, after upgrade, the burn damage triples for 1, but she also gets much stronger MP damage in general, so that helps her a lot. Helps her MP actually do proper damage. So yeah, if she spooks you, don't worry. She's got a... Once she gets like she's still she's passable now, but she becomes fairly solid after her MP upgrade. She's got good quick cards, good MP gain off of them as well. And of course her busters are nice. So it's got some sort of survival with her Guts, with the battery. Batteries are always nice. 20% is fairly meh, unfortunately, but it's definitely better than nothing. And here we're starting to fight Lomia. In story-wise. And even this is a very unique background with marble floors. Very reflective. Hey, that's what we want, the gold chests. That being said, give us more bones and more of the jewels. But that being said, I'm not certain if we're going to be leveling someone that uses them anytime soon. Does she get her MP upgrade? Yeah, it's going to be a while. Next August. Our next anniversary is when she gets her buff to her MP. So it's a ways in, unfortunately. But they buff Cuchulainn, regular Cuchulainn as well. They give him a skill buff, which is absolutely laughable. Like he's already kind of like buffing Astraea, because she's going to get an MP upgrade. When does she get her MP upgrade? I feel like it's early next year, around New Year. Yeah, okay, no, it's the end of... I knew it was in wintertime, but it's next December. Not this December, but next. Is when she gets her MP upgrade. Alright, I guess we're going back to Riders. Let's go ahead and give a little Da Vinci Lily a go. May have been a mistake because we may be near the Stereos fight. We'll have to see. Since it said Berserker. Let's see. Do that just to get some battery going. And this, yeah. One hit evade with that. Crit up. Which we don't want to use because I won't actually do this. 100% gain. Quick card had good game there after the. We'll have to put her second because, well, he won't kill. Heracles would have. So we wanted to get the extra charge by actually letting her attack. Now we can just. We actually could have went because she had another buster there. I just noticed after I. That would have been better because she would have killed. Oops. Well, she didn't have her MP before, she would definitely have it now. Da Vinci Lily also isn't weak to Enuma Elish, so Gil's MP wouldn't do bonus damage against her. The Chimera, right. I thought that might... that was my second assumption of what this fight would have been. And it makes sense why hers isn't, or she isn't weak to it as well. Well, Well, she doesn't come from another universe, but... And if that theory were true... So I was thinking, because Da Vinci Lily is a homunculus, so... I was thinking since she's not a quote-unquote real servant, as it were, that may be... Okay. Berserker. So this is probably Asterios. We'll use Melt Lily, I guess. Yeah. So he packs the wall up with his face cards. His MP is non-damaging, but It super debuffs your party. He's a really good source of 1 to 3 star debuffs if you level him. So I definitely he's one you can definitely recommend leveling eventually, just not to start with. He's more to augment your team than carry it. But he's very helpful. He can help your team stall and survive some pretty dangerous fights with the MP, where the bosses get their MP fairly quickly and the like. As long as you can get his MP off a couple times to debuff them enough to where they can't kill everyone. And unfortunately, he can buff himself quite a bit, so that's another thing to watch out for. Good old Brave Chain. Go ahead and do that. So if this was a solo, we could actually, if we add Atlas, we could remove the debuff of the no defense down. And, that'd be pretty useful. But or there are obviously other units that clear debuffs. We add Asclepius. Brave Chains are pretty useful when you can get them. Didn't get to show off MP there, but I think we've showed it a couple times prior to this, so it's okay. More rider pieces? Yes, please. I really like this map. It's very, very pretty. Very ominous. Oh, lengthwise, this Singularity is 1 chapter shorter than the previous 2. It's 14 chapters as opposed to 15. Archer, Saber. Once again, better just to use an Archer probably. And we're finally going to remember to switch his craft essence. He'd be packing a lot more of a wallet with that than the starting MP one. Alright, those two. They have 2 versions in the game where the unit's named after both of them, but you, depending on the version, you control one of them as opposed to the other. One of them's already is permanently in the game and can spook you. The other is a summer servant. I think the one that's in the game all the time is the short one, and she's a rider. And then there's summer versions in Archer, and one of them is actually a decent unit, and the other one not so much. But I unfortunately can't remember which one. I suppose I could look it up, but that would require work. We don't like work around here. I think the summer version's the one that's pretty good though. However, I wouldn't swear to it. Both of them are 4-star versions. Yeah, the one that's always available is the small one. But it has a strange gimmick where she does more damage the less health she has. So she has a gut, basically, and the way to like maximize her damage. Well, no, she actually doesn't have a guts in her kit, so you have to supply her guts somehow, and then get that procced and be at a really low HP, and that's how she does the maximum damage, which is a bit sketchy. And she's a single target, quick rider, but instead of going through all that hullabaloo, Ushi Wakamaru is an insane unit that they also keep buffing like Ku, despite it already being an amazing unit and better than a lot of the 4s and even the worst 5 stars on offer. Both of them are, let alone if you start throwing grails at them, because the only thing holding them back is lower stats due to being 3 stars, so that starts taking that out of the equation as well. So yeah, Ushi and Ku are really good. Who knew? So presumably it's the Archer version, the summer version, which unfortunately is limited. So who's actually an okay unit? Yeah, because she has the same. Yeah, so she's a buster, a single target buster archer that has the same gimmick of doing more damage the lower her health is. But she actually has a guts in her crit that revives her with 1 HP. So her kit actually is focused around helping her get the most out of her gimmick, as opposed to the rider, which is just sort of scatterbrained. Hey, riders like crit stars, right? Whereas her MP has a completely different gimmick. So yeah, the Archer version, which unfortunately is the limited one, is, if you like them, it would be the one that you'd want to shoot for. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure its banners are all gone at this point, at least for the foreseeable future. From up to 2 years from now, they can always pop back up on a DL campaign or something in Japan, but we'll have to wait and see. And the tall blonde is who you control when you're the archer. The other one makes cameos in their attacks, of course. Sort of similar to Jason and how the other Argonauts, like Heracles and Atalanta, Medea, Lily, will show up in his attacks. Or rather, they will attack in his place while he gets thrown around comedically. It's fairly charming. That's how far we'll go in this singularity. We'll just have to see. I don't know if I want to blitz through and try to finish it this time around, because I feel like I've wasted more time yapping this time than I did last time. Unfortunately, my apologies. Because I think we're only like, yeah, 5 chapters in. But there's one less chapter, but there were a few early chapters like Lost Singularity and the one before that had like 1 or even 2 fights. Whereas these have all consistently been at like at least 4. So despite having a shorter number of chapters, there are more fights. Or can be. Oh, it actually started as Archer, like it should. Suddenly a golem. He must be one heavy boy. Has he not breaking through the ship's hull? Or the ship's deck, not hull. Hey, I remembered my mana bears this time. Will wonders ever cease? Admittedly, I haven't been paying the most amount of attention to our drops, but I have the sneaking suspicion we're getting unlucky and not getting any hero boosts out of these, which is unfortunate. It's nice to get a decent amount of hero boosts from here because most of the fights, well, the pirates can drop them. But we take these as well. We very much will. Looks like another Archer fight. Or just nuke it. So, Kaleidoscope is one of the most welcome craft essences that could ever spook you. Because even non-MLBs, so just getting a random copy of it, for one, they're full attack stat, but by default, just one copy of it will start you at 80% MP charge. And then of course MLBing starts you full, as you can see. Dave, it's been slacking. Unfortunately, Now, it's non-limited, so it can spook you at any time. However, since most of the time you're going to be rolling on banners that have raid ups, most of which also have Craft Essence raid ups, that greatly lowers the chance of you being spooked by it, unfortunately. So your best chance of getting it, because they never rated up. I don't think it's ever been rated up a single time in the entire lifetime of the game. So it has to be a spook to get a copy of it, unfortunately. It would be very lovely if they would rate it up on a banner sometime though, just so people could grab one, because it's just very handy, especially for a new account starting out. Because as I've explained a few times, it's just it can be very difficult. So when it comes to gaining MP and charging MP quickly with new accounts, it's one of the things free-to-play players can really struggle with. And of course this is helped quite a bit by, as I also explained, how often event Cs will have starting MP. And again, you should be doing the events to begin with. But, okay. Why did you put this over here when we should be doing this? But it's still very handy. And there are certain high-end team comps that people like to parade about and brag, that make a lot of use of Kaleidoscope and all. The majority of us will never have to worry about those, of course, but... So your best shot at rolling for one would actually be rolling story. But of course, now we were rolling story just for kicks and giggles. We really should have just been rolling anniversary banners. When it comes to our little early account rolls. Now, the reason I say it's kind of bad to roll for story is that there aren't any raid ups, so anything can pop up at any time that's non-limited or story locked. Which, if you're not really looking for anything in particular, you're just looking for units to try to help strengthen your account when you're starting out. It's not as bad. Plus, since you haven't really been playing the story that much, there are less units in there, so the pool is smaller. Because unfortunately not all story locked units are particularly useful. But it'd be nice to, if they rate up Kaleidoscope for people. There's also a 4-star Craft Essence. That also gives you starting MP. Imaginary number or imaginary element. And in the global it's called imaginary element. And it starts you with 60% charge, but if it's MLB it's 75% charge. Unfortunately, they've taken it out of the general pool very recently in JP for some bloody reason and putting it in story only. This is actually quite infuriating because of just how many garbage 4-star Craft Essences that they could have done that with. but no, they picked one of the absolute most useful. So I don't know what they were thinking when they did that. But at least in global, you still have chances. And since it's 4-star, it's much more common to grab those than 5-star like... you know what? We'll just use Bride. Then Kaleidoscope. The amusing thing is that there's even an event that's fairly recent in Japan that had Imaginary Element rated up on it as the 4-star event CE for the summoning campaign. I really have no idea what they were thinking when they did that. Like, it's not like they removed it from the game like they sometimes do older, out-of-date craft essences. But still. I mean, you've seen us be spooked by quite a bit of completely useless 4-star craft essences. Any of those could have been taken out instead. So Nero Bride is a very good unit. She can be a support, or she can be a very good single target DPS. She's got upgraded NP, so she does really good single target damage. She's arts, so there's lots of support for her. She decreases defense and crit rate of the enemies when she hits them with their NP. She has a 30% battery that she can put on an ally or herself. That also gives her 30% MP gain up when rank 10, so this can help loop UMP. She's got a very large attack up and crit start drop rate up. I think it's a 40% attack up. She's got a heal that juices up the defense as well, and that's going to get a buff in the future. Even though she's already really bloody strong, because she can perform 2 roles, either support or DPS, very, very well. Did I? Yeah. Unfortunately, if you're starting now, you literally just missed her big raid up banner, where she was rated up as the 5-star, and then her 4-star version was the raid up 4-star. So that's very unfortunate. So, but now, taking her role, what she does first, big single target arts DPS saber. Not this next event, because the welfare is Jolt of Berserker, but the summer event after, the welfare for that is Saber Hokusan, who is a single target arts archer, as well as one of the strongest 4-stars in the game. She's she and Saber Lancelot are roughly equal with each other when it comes to single target arts sabers. And then there's a unit whose name starts with a Y, but I always forget exactly what his name is. He is probably a bit better than him as a single target arts saber, but other than that, they're still top tier. So she basically can perform. So if you've missed Nero Bride, well, don't worry, because she's coming to be your big single target arts saber that can loop and crit and all that fun stuff. And as for support, the big part of her support is the increased MP gain. And luckily, there's a 3-star caster named Paracelsus who gives an actual higher 3-turn MP gain up, because his is 50%, whereas hers is a bit lower. So between those two units, both of which are available for everyone, so you don't have to roll for, well, you have to roll for Paracelsus, but he'll show up eventually. Eventually. So if you do miss it, you're still okay with the role she can play. It's just, it's two different servants then that can play her roles. But really, she's only going to do one role at a time anyway, depending on how you set your team up. That's actually how, that kind of thinking is how I decided not to roll for her, because originally I was planning on rolling for her, but then decided I could just save my SQ, because Saber Sai is coming out, and I already have Paracelsus all leveled and rank 10 and skilled up. That being said, at least for the support role, overall, since she adds an attack up and a little extra battery, well, whether that depends or not whether that comes into play or not, I don't think is all that often, to be fair. But she provides a massive attack up that he doesn't. However, he provides an extra 30% art up, which is also an MP gain up for arts cards. So it's one of those kind of trade-off things. Overall, she provides probably a bit more damage, but he provides a bit more MP gain. But then the damage contributes to getting overkill faster, which in turn turns into more MP gain. So I feel like they balance off of each other pretty well in that regard. They're pretty interchangeable support-wise. Of course, she adds more defensive utility with the heal and defense up and the like that he doesn't. But he's also just a 3-star. So I should probably actually start using her skills, come to think of it. I'm just going to use them on herself. Except this one. It's, interestingly enough, since we have Lon Ling, it very well, it definitely bears mentioning. He works exceedingly well with the 4-star Nero as her support, because, well, for one, they're both very arts focused, and 2, she has a skill called Imperial Privilege. Which has a 60% chance of giving her a 44% attack up for 3 turns. Now, typically, something that large is either from a big 5-star unit, or it lasts 1 turn. But this lasts 3 turns, and a 44% defense up for 3 turns. Now, that's a 60% activation chance. However, Lon Ling makes that 100% for her. And she becomes very strong when she gets that attack up. So, they can work really well together in a team. Unfortunately, she's story locked, but she's story locked early, so the pool hasn't been diluted much if you do want to roll some story for her. And there's always class summoning banners, of course, or the 4-star ticket, of which we typically get 1 or 2 a year, but don't always count on getting those. Like JP hasn't gotten one in a very long time, unfortunately. Alright. I think I maybe remember what this is. You know, there she is. But I was about to say, there aren't a lot of Jack the Rippers on people's support lists anymore. I guess they think, so you'll often see Jack talked about in a similar way of Okida, where, oh, she's too old, she's out of date, which is nonsense. She's still very incredible 7, very strong. Especially because Karma just came out, and they're both single target crit assassins. And then Karma has a big 50% bar tree and the like. But really, they're both roughly equal to each other, strength-wise. So it's just one of those which you like better. Now Karma is limited, so you have to wait on her to get a raid up, but him to get a raid up, really. Whereas Jack, he can spook you at any time. Jack gets her MP very quickly because even her quick cards have really good MP gain. She generates a lot of stars and the like, which just adds to that. She does massive bonus damage against female enemies, which are very common bosses. In fact, I'd say that's more useful than, say, Uriel, because just off the cuff, I feel like there are a lot more female bosses than there are male bosses. But here's the thing, unlike Uriel, even if she's not getting a bonus damage, so even if she's attacking a male or a genderless or whatever, she's still doing a great deal of damage with it. With her MP. And getting a bunch of crit stars to blow her up next turn as well. Whereas Uriel's going to hit like a wet noodle if she's not hitting a blow. Even against female sabers, she won't be that impressive, unfortunately. Still workable, of course, but she's definitely not what she's hyped up to be, generally. Or how you often see her hyped up so much. So I thought this would be a fight against Bonnie and Mary, but it wasn't. So, guess that comes later. The only thing I remember about this bloody Singularity, besides the final boss being a surprising step up in difficulty if you're not careful, is bloody gauntlet fight against Heracles. Okay, we'll do this. But it should be a bunch of wyverns again, presumably. Incidentally, this Wyvern Island is a good place to get Dragon Fangs early on. It's really your only real option to get them at a decent clip. Because the ones in Orleans are just too bloody low level, so they rarely drop them. I'm looking forward to when she gets, because she keeps getting upgraded. Now, eventually she gets a 30% MP battery, which is very, very welcome for her, because it's just, I mean, again, having a battery is always really nice, even if it's a wee 20% one. But this is a 30% one, which is the more, okay, that's solid range of batteries. Presumably this is a very similar fight. Isn't her battery a bit weird? No. What I was thinking about is one of her skills requires 8, I think it's 8 crit stars. Maybe it's 6. It's an unusual number because you think it'd be like, oh, it's 5 or 10 is the requirement, but no, it's an in-between number. Bit wonky. Now, I'm pretty sure that's a 20% battery. Where is she? Semiramis. So she's an AoE Buster Berserker. Oh, it's a 30% battery, so it's solid. That also reduces the enemy debuff resistance by 50% per turn. Her second skill increases MP gain for herself for 40% and actually negates class advantage for enemy casters. So normally assassins take double damage and deal half damage to casters from or to casters. But this makes it to where it's completely neutral both ways. And then the third skill is the weird one where she can only use it if by absorbing 8 crit stars from the party. But it poisons the enemies for 3 turns and reduces their buster resistance by 50%. So it's a very nice thing if you can get it off, because that's a lot of damage. And of course she has a buster AoE EMP, which buffs her own party's defense by 20%, and also gives them 100% buff removal resistances for a turn. It also has a pre-MP 10% MP damage up by base. If it's overcharged, it will go up to 20% to 30% and so on. So this is certainly a hand, isn't it? We'll throw a Quick in there just to see if we can generate any stars. Now, when it comes to AoE Buster Assassin 5 stars, Cleopatra is the better of the two, but she's certainly Semiramis certainly isn't a bad unit. If you end up with her or you like her, she's just not as standout as like Cleopatra is. Unfortunately, Cleopatra rarely gets raid ups as well. Both of them are limited. So, well, all of the 5-star AoE assassins are the big ones, so which are shooting Doji, and then these two as Buster. I'm drawing a blank, but I'm pretty sure there isn't an AoE. Oh, we have just enough crit stars to use this. So she generated that off of 1 Quick card. Well, a Buster and then a Quick. Not bad, not bad. There's us a Dragon Fang. Give us more of those, please. I'm going to assume this is yet another fight against a bunch of wyverns as opposed to the pirates. I'm racking my brain trying to make certain that I'm not mistaken about there not being an AoE Quick assassin that's 5-star. And yeah, I'm not seeing one, or I'm not thinking of one rather. Which is amusing because you'd think, because assassins are like very crit focused as a class generally. And Quick is, you know, the crit generating color. It's a bit amusing that it's left out. That being said, there are quite a few AoE quick units. There's a recent welfare in Japan. There's Sama Orchida, Sama Ushi. Is Sama Nidacris an AoE? Quick crit? Oh, she arts. She's arts, never mind. Wait, what about Skaha? Skaha is an AoE, yeah, so she's a welfare. Now hopefully she gets a main interlude before long. Although, unfortunately, she's not particularly very good. But Skaha is a fairly popular character, so... Okay, it's a big dragon. Let's see what we can do. We'll do this just to get our MP quicker. Buff is MP strat. There's a crit. It's not very nice, Mr. Dragon. Yeah, she's AoE, so unfortunately the damage could be a wee bit lacking. Well, no, never mind. Never mind. I forgot. Shooting Doji's really good, guys. Who knew? Oh, she does really decent damage now. Before her MP got upgraded, it is a bit noodly, unfortunately. But that's the case most of the time with unupgraded MPs. They have to be really juiced up with a bunch of buffs to overset that. And over here in Caldera Island, which unfortunately is kind of a rough place, as you can see by the recommended level, is your best shot at farming the horseshoes. Okay, archer again. Don't want AoE or grab probably. Guess we'll do AoE. I think I talked about this before, but speaking of AoE quick assassins that are 4 stars, and some are servants because they seemed all 3B. Already mentioned Skaha is unfortunately a bit meh. She's one of the earlier welfares, so they still hadn't figured out that, oh, we can actually make them good. There's a thing we can do. Ushi is quite solid. Her kit is quite solid as well. Her kit is solid, but also gimped very slightly in kind of annoying ways. So she's got a high MP battery, but it's 40%, which is weird. Because it's like, okay, so it's either, well, why didn't you give her like the typical 30% battery and then some other effect on it, which is what they would generally do. Or just give it a flat 50% charge, which would be really good. But they're like, nah, let's split the difference and give her 40 and narrow the effects, which can be awkward, unfortunately. Now, that's a minor thing, of course. But it is an oddity. Her second skill is really good. She's got 110 evasion, so some hard some hard survival, and a 3-turn 30% quick up on a 5-turn cooldown. Really good skill. We like those. And of course, all batteries are always good, so it's more of a pet peeve thing of why 40 and not just the flat 50, 30% and some other effect, probably involving crits. Just unusual choice. And then the third skill is a 1-turn crit star absorb, debuff immunity for a turn, which, depending on how the fight setup you're in, can be very helpful. And for 1 turn, has a 40% chance to remove buffs with their normal attacks from an enemy. Again, for 1 turn. Now, removing buffs is really good, but it being 40% is not. And like there are like when you get it, hey, that's great, remove the buff, but 40%, that's less than a coin toss. It's really frustrating, unfortunately. And then our NP is, as mentioned, AoE, quick, deals that it removes all of the enemy's offensive buffs that it hits. So not all their buffs, but their offensive ones, which are really the most dangerous ones most of the time, or the most annoying ones. And it also reduces their quick resistance for 3 turns. So she's going to get more MP gain and crit star gen, as well as, well, damage, of course. That helps her get her MP back quicker, helps her crit. So the third skill is actually frustrating, but the first skill is fine. I mean, you can live with 40% charge. That's still quite good. And then the second skill is really good. So she's actually a very solid unit. And if you like Ushi, then hey, that's really lovely. Go and get her. She's going to be available in this upcoming event. Where she's hurt, of course, is well, it's sort of like a Pavati, Bradamante, Valkyrie situation, where Pavati's just so bloody good that she just overshadows the others. And the others aren't bad, it's just that she's just so much better. It's like that unless you just really love the character, it's difficult to justify going out of your way to roll for, if that makes sense. And that being said, all 3 of those are spooky, so whoever you end up with is whatever. It's you take what you can get sometimes. But in this case, it's like Fuma is a 3-star AoE quick assassin that is very, very strong, very handy. So that adds to the, can I really justify rolling for this limited unit when there's a free one that's already really bloody good in the same role and has an upgraded MP, so is most likely going to outdamage her. Or now she does have a lot of buffs, but all that does is sort of even up the damage. Because again, upgraded MPs are really bloody strong. However, there's another 4-star AOS Quick Assassin that's available the event after this next one. And this is one that I'm sorely tempted to roll for, because again, I adore Okita. And she's actually just she's actually at better. She's actually a fair bit better than Sama Ushi is. So kit wise, so it's a bit easier to justify. Plus, I adore Ushi, but I really love Okita, so it's much easier to convince. It would be much easier to convince me to roll for her, even if I had Fuma in B5 and all that, than it is Ushi. But that's me personally. Again, if you like Ushi a lot, which she is very likable, then you're certainly not really hurting yourself by rolling for her. And in my experience, even with Fuma as an AoE assassin, I definitely found myself in plenty of situations where I'm like, you know, it'd kind of be helpful to have another AoE assassin. Now, of course, we got Welfare Ash, or Grey rather, which helps, but unfortunately you missed her if you're starting now. And she hasn't gotten a... Now, the good news is she has not got a rerun yet, so a rerun should be coming, but that's also the bad news. It's because Japan's 2 years ahead of us and they still haven't reran her events yet, which is a bit red flaggy, so there is a worry that maybe she won't get a rerun, like Santa Quetzalcoatl, who still hasn't gotten a rerun. Typically an event will get a rerun the next year, but sometimes they go an extra year. But like Saber Wars, for example, Saber Wars 2 didn't get a rerun the next year, but the one after. So, one of the things that hurts Okita, Summer Okita, is that she's on the same banner that Summer Melt is on, who is again one of the premier 4-star units. Like, she's one of the very upper tier ones, as it were. Very, very strong unit. So it would be very difficult to roll for both of them. And in my case, since at least on my main, I'm gunning for Astarte as well, and that's a 5-star unit, which is again a third as likely to get as a 4-star. Even more gun shy about being so open with rolling so much.
はいはいどうかしら息がいいのね優雅に華麗に大胆に狙いは決まったどうかしら息がいいのねセットあのシーンを捧げましょうさあ気力集会いいわ狙いは決まった飛ぶわよまたゲートオープン光栄に思いなさいこれが私の全力先生
お疲れ様
We're actually finally starting to get a decent, or a start on our Berserker gyms. It's funny, went through like the first three Fuyuki and the first two singularities after that, and had like two of them, which I'm pretty sure was gotten from demonstrating dailies as well. Okay, we're all the way to section 8, so we're over halfway through. Okay, I think, well, no, this is the first battle in the node. Oh well, we'll see. I'm pretty sure we're getting close to the fight against the pirate classes. Oh, well, how about that? I was actually right for once. The wonders never cease. Sort of an unlucky hand. Now, in this case, since he doesn't generate any quick stars really, we'll just go full damage. Which, as Heracles' middle name, it's what he do. Now, we'll go for MP game. And then we'll nuke her next turn. Okay, so the short one's Mary. So the tall one's Barney. I can never keep the names. Well, to be fair, the only time I've ever even seen them or really talked about them or anything, the only time they've been on my mind is the first time I went through here, which was a long, long time ago. So I haven't really had the occasion to, or a reason to, memorize which one's which. There's a nice master level. And a second rider monument. See if we can't level Ushi up some more. we keep getting those. Oh, we still have to ascend her the second time first.
Hmm. 私の出番ね。見てなさい。総合に決めるから。
いけるか
固く縛るわ。でもまあ少しは優しくやるわ。そこ動くな。
気楽に気楽に。
Wait a minute, this should be leading off with her.
固く縛るわ。でもまあ少しはやるわ。そこ動かない。
10% crit. Those are always amusing. Ah. Right, Blackbeard himself. Yes, that's Edward Teacher's Blackbeard. I like his non-nickname is the one that no one really knows all that much. No, we don't get false advantage, but let's crit. If it crits, should still do a number to him.
これが私の空気が入れ替えだ。やるのだわ。
Come on, crit. Ah, bugger. It is a shame.
固く縛るわ。やるわ。そこ動かない。
So a tip about guts when it's on an enemy, when you pop it, it will revive them. So, however, say she had a Brave Chain right there, and she popped it. Well, actually, this is a good example. So, if I did this, then she's going to attack, pop his guts again, he's going to revive. Well, pop his guts, and then her second attack is going to hit, and then his guts will pop, and he will revive. However, if it's just like target switching basically. If an MP was in between, if she was solo, and it's like, ah, bugger, he's just going to keep spamming guts and I can't kill him. Well, if she just uses a card and then uses her MP, the card would pop the guts and then the MP would kill. As opposed to, yeah, we'll just demonstrate. So, he should revive with 1 HP again. As you see, a quick card goes through before that, and then David finishes him off.
様。
Hey, a hero proof and another rider piece. I actually think we could, because I think Ushi needed a bunch of hero proofs to send the game. So we should be able to do that, come think of it. Like I heard thunder. Oh well, we'll do this fight. Now this should be a fight against Hector. Actually, let's just do this. This is the easiest way to handle this. It's a bit of a trolly fight because if it is Hector, because well he's there, of course, sabers do more damage to him, but then you want archers to take out the sabers. Well, if they were worthy of that consideration, but they're not.
了解しました。
Let's go ahead and buff Heracles' attack a bit,
行きましょう。
just to ensure he actually kills,
終わりがいい。
since it's a quick card. If it was arts, I wouldn't worry as bad.
終わりがいい。
I'm probably overworried anyway because he's forward and he's almost level 80. Yeah, there's Hector.
もうお前だ。 星は縮小し、悪は剣によって裁かれる。星の灯火が消え、諸人は運命を裁かれる。マハープライヤー、帰るべき場所に帰る。
Yeah, he can drain MP. It's a bit annoying, but just a bit. I'm going to do this just because he's stronger, so we'll juice up his card the most.
終わりがいい。
Nice Lancer piece. Waiting on that Kuka Lane we'll never get. Makes me sad. There's some ghost lanterns. Felt like I was going to check something. Alright, with Ushi.
いらっしゃい。
Session. Okay, Ushi's available. Oh, yeah. Now, I don't have the embers to level her. I don't suppose it matters because. Well, let's think about this.
細かな変化でも
Biggest order of business is getting her to 50 and then finishing him off to 80. And well, that can wait, really, because that's still way higher a bloody level than we need for a very long time. Like that's good through bloody London or even America. So I say next login we'll get 20 more all embers, and those will go to here. that should pretty easily get her to 50, especially if we crit. And then we will go ahead and up Ushi. Should probably start working on Robin as well. But there's also David, because oh, that's painful. So to get your third skill, unless they're like, unfortunately Ushi is, and a absolute day 1 unit where they only have 2 skills to begin with until you unlock with a strengthening. I'll show you this. So strengthening would be down here, or a rank up quest as it were. So Ushi's should be, where is she? Should be around here somewhere. Yeah. This is to unlock her third skill, which is an evade, so some hard survival. A very important skill to have. She got a lot better as a unit when she added that. But unfortunately, so it's 5 fights, 20 AP each, which is annoying. Level 70 rec, which is at max level. Basically, you're expected to have the unit fully extended, so stage 4, that's full ascension, and max of level. So level 70. Which is a long way away, unfortunately. Now, normally, so like for David, for example, because he's not a day 1 unit, he was added when Okeanos was added to the game. Because again, the game didn't start with Okeanos in it. It was added after the fact. That's not what we wanted to click on. He only has to, he and the vast majority of servants in the game, to unlock the third skill, have to be ascended twice, or to third ascension. So you ascend 1 time, and it unlocks their second skill. Then you ascend a 2nd time, and it doesn't do anything but up your... It won't do anything except extend the level cap by 10. But then the ascension after that will unlock the third skill. Except for day 1 units like for Ushi, who has to be fully ascended and then do her strengthening or her rank up quest to unlock a third skill. And David's third skill is the Charisma, which is a party attack up. So it's a very handy piece of support. So it adds a little... He's already very good defensive support, but he adds some offensive support as well, which just makes him that much better. So we need to think about how we're going to go about continuing to level he and Robin, because it's handy to have an archer DPS, especially for Camelot. It's very good to have a good, reliable, single target archer DPS. Camelot's the reason people glow about Uriel so much, because she's very useful in there. Unfortunately, that's basically the peak of her usefulness, is in Camelot. Just because there's so many male saber bosses, or boss fights in Camelot. Whereas Robin's good all the time, because he does bonus damage if they're poisoned. As opposed to what the dangly bits are or aren't. So it is a bit of a difficult decision of how we're going to continue leveling David. I'm going to go ahead and send just David and Ushi, I think. Just to get it over with. and so I can figure out what the next ascension is going to be.
これが霊気再臨
Yeah, the clothes don't even change with the second ascension, unfortunately. The only thing they get is an increased level cap. Okay, good news. We can, as soon as we get 2 more rider monuments, we will be able to third ascend her, which will she will go to her final outfit. Her final basic outfit, at least. And then, unfortunately, after that, we'll need a bunch more monuments. As well as... It's kind of unlucky that she needs 2 upgrade materials as opposed to a monument and 1. But... Well, no, never mind. That's a common thing for this. The unfortunate part is both of these are very low drop rates. So normally, to get these, you can only get these really in Okeanos. So, poor Ushi was really in bad shape before Okeanos was added to the game. And we'll do David. It's painful to get rid of those void dust, but it's a necessary evil.
効率的になった
These buggers. He already needs them to level his skills. He needs a lot of them to level his skills. So he needs a. These are an actual nightmare. I really. These are as bad as bloody Great Knight medals. They're one of the 2 nightmarish silver mats, along with seashells. Now, with the seashells, for the most part, those are needed by summer units. So if you happen to not be interested in summer units, you'll generally be okay with them. But if you happen to take a shining to a lot of said summer units,
仕上がりはどう
then
細かな変化でも
you might cry a bit. Okay. Now that bit of bloodletting is up. Let us see if we can proceed. Unless the storm gets worse, then I might have to stop the stream.
東京だけは一人前ねいいわ少しだけ遊んであげるよいしょ
Okay, this is a 3-wave note. I am reacquiring the habit of checking that when I have Ishtar on the field, so I can remember to use a mana burst. That being said, it's typically overkill against these little cannon fodder enemies. Oh, bugger. Heracles is really sick of pirates.
生きがいいのねセット
3 waves of 2 enemies each.
私の本気はいはい狙いは決まったゲートオープンよしよし今回もよろしくね大いなる天から大いなる地に向けてまたの名をジュベルハブリンブレイカー
ま、こんなもんか
「
keep them coming. Incidentally, speaking of hero proofs, this singularity, after it's complete, is home to the best free quest for farming those, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's the ghost, I think. Show off Ashimlet. She's a big cinnamon roll. She's actually really bloody good. She's very stout defensively. She does a lot of damage. She's AoE Buster, Alter Ego. She's very tanky. She while also packing a big punch damage-wise. She doesn't have hard survival. That being said, there is a chance she can survive certain MPs because she gets a high damage cut and just juices up her defense and all that. So we'll use her, and I will attempt to explain her kit in more detail as we look at it. Now she's limited, of course, but I'm pretty sure she gets at least one more raider in the future. Okay, skill 1 gives her damage cut, so 3 attacks for 5 turns. So 5 turns for the 3 hits to be taken up. The damage cut is 1,000, so each attack will do 1,000 less damage. But here's the big one, it gives her debuff immunity. 3 ticks of it that lasts for 5 turns. Now that's important. Keep that in mind, the debuff immunity. So her second skill provides a 1-turn taunt to herself. That also provides a fairly substantial 30% defense up. And if this is conditional, but it gives her a 3-turn buff, or a 3-turn conditional buff of if her health ever falls below 50%, then she gets a 50% boost to, or she gets a 30% boost to her attack. And if it goes down to 1 HP, so like you popped a guts on her or something, it's a 50% attack up. Although that's not on the text, it is on the wiki for some reason. So that's a pretty massive attack up. Oh, but we're not done. Look at her third skill. This juices up her attack for 3 turns for 30%. Gives her ignore invincibility for 3 turns. Also gives her a 10% chance to just instant kill an enemy when normal attacking. And gives her yet another 30% defense up. However, it does have a demerit of a 1 turn of stunning her for this turn. But that's where the first skill comes in, because she immunes her own demerit. So basically, she's just super tanky and gets a lot of attack up, and then her AoE NP is upgraded, so it does really nice damage. It's Buster as well, so really nice damage, and provides a large heal for the entire team, which is 3,000 at base charge. She's also got the old gorilla deck of triple buster, classic berserker deck. So she gets a lot of buster braid chains. So she's tanky, she hits like a truck. A very solid unit. She's cute as a button. What's not to love? Yeah. Of course, she obviously doesn't have quick MP charge of the line. She doesn't have a battery. So there's a downside. But let's actually test this. Now these ghosts can be a bit rude and drain your MP charge, of course. But yeah, her MP gain is quite good to make up for. Just make some. Let's see how her crit charge in is. So her busters, even with the quick start, she made 12. That's not spectacular, but there may be a better combination, like BBQ maybe would have been better. I'm not exactly certain. How do you think she? Yeah, she has a buster card at least. So as you see, no effect. That was the demerit. Tried to go off. So it takes one of the ticks of debuff immunity, but she still has 2 ticks. So that's really nice. And then she can do this. Now the enemies will try and attack her for her turn. So she protects her teammates. She's going to get MP gain from them attacking her as well. And she's super safe because of just how much defense up she's got, as well as damage cut on top of that. And in the rare case of them actually getting her to half health, now she gets even more Hasaka. And then when she gets her MP, she's going to heal a lot, which coupled with all that defense is just she's just absurdly tanky. So her middle buster card, so a slight buff if it was first in the line, did comparable damage to Heracles critting with a buster card. So I feel like that should point out how impressive her damage can be. Again, that's even without her being at lower health. Back to Archer, it seems.
やれやれ、非経済的だな。よいしょ。
いいじゃない。どうかしら。
like the Garland has nearly 40k out, so it's very unlikely we're going to 110 this. Without crits. With crits it would be easy, but it amuses me when they heal themselves when they're full out. That's some high quality AI right there.
愛狙いは決まった生きがいいのね生きがいいのねセット
Incidentally, the story locked servant that gets added to the pool, to the story banner pool, from completing this singularity is Medea Lily, who is an arts caster that I feel like no one really ever talks about, but
飛ぶわよまたゲートオープン
she shares 3-star regular Medea's super MP gauge up charge skill for skill 1. She has a heal on her second skill that also removes poison from the party, so that's very situational. Your team getting poisoned isn't the most common of things. Her third skill will double the amount one of her allies gets healed, whoever she targets, as well as increases the buff removal resistance for 3 turns. Her MP removes party debuffs, which is always really lovely, and depending on MP level, at MP1 it's a 4000 HP heal, MP2 is a 5000 and 5500, you get the idea. Increases debuff resistance for 3 turns at charge level 1, that is 40%. It goes up to 60% if she gets to 200% charge. So she's a very handy unit, removes debuffs, keeps your team up with heals. So you can put her in stall comps pretty easy. You just need something. Just on her own, she can't protect your team from the big bursty noble phantasm damage and the like, unfortunately. So you'll have to pair her up with something that can do that, that can really raise your team's defenses, or give them evade or invuln or the like. So she works well with David, for example. As long as, well, David has a caster triple arts deck, so he can help with MP charge, quickly getting MP charge. And of course she's a caster, so she has triple arts deck as well. So then if your DPS is arts focused, they'll be able to all get the MPs fairly quickly. But she can keep everyone healed up, remove debuffs and the like. And then when it comes for an MP turn, David can just cast his second skill, which is another heal, and gives everyone the one-hit evade to dodge the MP with. Alright, that was close. Yeah. We'll let Arjuna finish him off since he did all the work. It's only right. And I think this is the point where Hector gets annoyed and sicks Heracles at you. So you have to fight him a bunch. I mean a bunch. Guess we're doing this again. Actually, this may be... I think there's a fight with Medea, Lily, and Heracles that starts it off. I wish I had better memory of this. It's been so long. I suppose I could just look at the bloody wiki, but... So, but Medea Lily's handy to have if you don't have Asclepius, because they do similar things. It actually, come to think of it, I think Asclepius is really better. Come to think of it, because he by himself can provide a way to survive noble phantasms, sort of, by giving the party, his MP gives everyone except himself a gut stack. Now, of course, odds are the enemy's going to pop the guts, and then your teammates are going to revive with super low health, and then they're going to finish you off with their basic attacks afterwards. But there is a shot of that not being the case, and still can work with David well to protect against the MP anyway. And then in the case of a random crit or something, pops one of your units, well, they're back up with guts. So he would have to attack them twice in a row to take them down for good. Oh, this isn't very lucky at all. Let's do this just to be safe. Yeah. Yeah, because he does heals and debuff resistance. He does debuff immunity with his MP. Yeah, that also has heals. The heals overall are weaker than hers, of course. But it's really the removing debuffs and the guts and the debuff immunity that's more important than the heals themselves. Because any heal is just bonus at that point. He also helps to get MP up because he has party MP gen rate up for 3 turns, and he's got a 20% battery. So yeah, I mean, there are reasons that I suggested trying for him on the next, when you get a chance on a class summoning banner, when casters happen to be up. He's just really good. His skill match will make you cry, unfortunately, but he's really good. Wait, really? I want my money back, eh? How do you call yourself a boss with 15k out? The boss of the tutorial singularity had that much, just about. There's something. No, she had more. She had what, 24k? Did she? I checked, but I don't really care that much. Just banter at this point. Or Uriel doesn't even have an MP upgrade. He doesn't even have his MP upgrade. What are you all doing? Well, to be fair, I'm not actually sure they had their MP upgrades in the game yet when this first came out. Okeanis first dropped. They probably didn't. And it came after the fact. But I wouldn't swear to that. These are always tankier than typical cannon fodder enemies. For whatever reason. Well, they're also a lot rarer. Okay, silver chest. I don't think that's a dragon thing, but it could be. I don't think we're one turning. No. So yeah, that's a thing we'll definitely do when the class summoning banner comes out. We'll try to roll a bit first KPS. Hopefully we get him, but if we do roll for Maryland, we might be clean there. We will have a bit of time to recover though. It shouldn't take all that long because it's like a 1 in 9 for each time you get a 3-star 7, since there are 9 3-star caster 7s. And then to get a 3-star 7 in general is 40% chance per roll. Base Mystic Cards. Oh, it is a dragon thing. That's lucky. He's getting leveled up nicely. 6 out of 10. Generally, well, yeah, typically, I suppose a good way to shoot for it is once you get to the point where your basic Mystic Card is hitting max level, is when you need to start thinking about getting unlocking one of the other 3 that are always available. Of course, even before that, we should get an alternate Mystic Card from the next event, so we will be getting Atlas soon enough, though, or eventually. That's the one I would probably recommend starting out with getting first. The other 2 can wait a bit, because the mage one, I feel like no one ever uses that. It does have a handy 20% battery, but that's pretty much all it does worth a darn. Well, it has a command card reshuffle, but bit RNG heavy, really. The charge is nice, but doesn't really bring anything else to play.
狙いは決まった。どうかしら。狙いは決まった。
Yes, we'll see. Wait.
優雅な軽い大胆
I use charisma. He should be able to. Now we start with hair,
いいじゃない。
and we use Heracles to hit this one because he'll get bonus damage where she won't.
はいはい。
Wait a minute. Thought I already clicked on him. Oops.
離せ。
Okay, easy yes.
生きがいいのね。セット。
Yeah, he is an actual bloody wave. Like we got trolled last night with our last fight with Solo enemy in the third wave.
飛ぶわよ。まだ。ゲートオープン。光栄に思いなさい。これが私の積極先生。
お疲れ様。
Just keep them coming. Oh, I'm proud of myself. I didn't click show number, total number that time. I resisted the reflex. Ha. When all else fails. Cast enemy. That's got to be Medea Lily, but I thought we fought her once with her backing up Heracles, and then again for the final fight of his Singularity. But could just be misremembering.
行きましょう。そうだ。
This isn't a one tag, but not all we can do with that hand.
そう。気楽に気楽に。そうだね。そう。
We'll let David get some more shine. Alright, this should I'm already reflexively thinking, oh, I need a mana burst for Ishtar. Because of how many times we've had to use this Singularity. Huh. I guess we fight it 3 times, this Singularity, this... Okay. This is definitely a wipe here. Unless she somehow blocks the debuff. Which can happen. If you're unlucky. just approximately all of the damage. I may be wrong about a fight with her and Heracles together. I surely remember that happening. Vaguely. Or maybe it's just that she comes before you fight Heracles for the first time. Alright, this is it. Yeah. So, I'm going to bring him back out. Because you don't want to let old Heracles stick around very long. You want to end that pretty quickly if you can. Because he can get quite annoying with his spamming his evade and his guts. Also, Berserkers and Heracles in particular just do a lot of damage. I'll do this just for the sake. Judging from how much damage we did last time, this'll, yeah, definitely weren't going to get both of them in one shot. If he was MP2, it would have done so, of course. I didn't finish the job. And now we go on a little adventure of being chased by Heracles for an eternity. Wait, how did that happen? Not remembering exactly what these enemies were. I think this is the first time we fight crabs, maybe. So, okay, I suppose not. Thought we were already on the beach. Yeah. Oh, that's oh, it's a two-way fight. I didn't check. Bug all. Oh, I see. OBS is blacked out the screen again for some reason. Wish you wouldn't do that. It had been so good about not doing it too. I must have looked at it funny.
ぶわよ。またゲートオープン。光栄に思いなさい。これが私の全力先生。敗者は身ぐるみ剥がされる。捧げ物として没収するわ。
So this should be another fight against the ghosties. We'll go ahead and use that naughty nun because she has an MP at will. Be lovely if they drop some nice. Going to do this just to get us an extra charge, just in case they start feeling a little draining. Yeah, like that. Thanks for the demonstration as your reward. Oh, that's not very nice. Okay. This is how we're going to do it. Going to guarantee take out that small fry. And maybe 30% crit wasn't to be. Was not meant to be. Maybe with the crits. It's a turn late, unfortunately, but it's fine, we take those. It's way overkill, but these ghosts bug me. So they must be made to suffer. How about a rematch? Guess we'll do this one. Interesting that they have two of the dot damage removal command cards on it. I wonder if maybe they may be under a mistaken impression of what those do. and think that they remove all debuffs as opposed to dot damage debuffs.
より強くより良
I've seen other people be confused about that before.
い
Fortunately.
してあげましょ
So it is a possibility.
う主上無変聖願度最後も下脱も我が指一つで随行き着く先は殺生アギトのごとき天井楽阿弥陀阿弥陀ヘブンズホールどこまで逃げても手のひらの何もかもに散り合って無残に散らすことに何の痛みがありましょう
Okay, I think there's one more fight in this chapter, and then we're... What chapter is this? Is this 10? Okay, it's 11. Well, we know what to do in this situation. Oh, I clicked the wrong... yeah. What we know what to do is actually click the right class. They would be helpful. This is a rough fight. I don't know if we'll make it. But just out of habit, if nothing else. Oh, how about that? Who needs class advantage? There we go. So these Werejaggers, just like the werewolves, can drop the Yggdrasil seeds. In fact, they should have a higher drop rate since they're higher level, and they're also silver variants of these humanoid beastmen enemies. But unfortunately, it doesn't always work out that way. On to chapter 12. And I guess we're fiddling around and going through the entire singularity in one sitting anyway. Got a bit carried away. Oops. No worries. There's nice seashells. And now come the repeated fights against Heracles. Now we're actually, just so we can nuke him down really quickly, we're doing this. Because we don't want to give him an opportunity that keeps spamming his big buster attacks at us and evade and guts and all that.
そういいわ。ふん。
Gen some stars. So she should have. No, she'll just have an arts card available, won't she? Oh, this wasn't even Heracles. Bargo all. I should have known it wasn't, because I'm pretty sure the fight against Heracles is just Heracles. That gives me the big sad.
そんなに見たいの？こうして
Oh,
ほ
wow.
しいんでしょう。
It happens.
とっ
Just
てお
going
き。
to do this. Hope for the best.
なお落ちることなきその両翼。着翼参戦。行くわよ。
One arse crit got her right back up to 45%. Now if she used Solar and could have done all 3 arts. And gotten all of those crit stars. I'm very much confused at the moment. We only fought him once, right? Why do I have a very vivid memory of having to fight him several times? What is happening? Also, who are we fighting here? Is it just... I swear, I have a vivid memory of fighting Heracles several times. Decent handful.
はあ、非効率的だな。いけるか。
Just very, very strange.
このように。
I'm tempted, but... Or, what could it hurt?
休むかい。いい判断だ。
See, never in doubt. What do you mean he took the very last hit of his extra attack to kill it? Nonsense.
これもエコ。
You're just seeing things, mate.
そうはかそうはか。それ喜んで。
Yeah, and those are the busters too.
渦を巻くのは万色幽体、上部母大の快楽天。さあ、蓮の花にお帰りなさい。ああ、私が広がっていく。何もかも散りあって、無残に散らす。
I always forget to look up when her MP upgrade is. Because she should. Typically, they get a radar. Or it's the rerun of the Maze event. Okay. So it'll be a couple years. Well, yeah, a couple years. Something like that. And she will get a raid up then. So if you've... I use it quite a bit. So if you've taken a shine to it, keep that in mind. In a couple of years there's at least one more raid up for her. Then there may be some in between now and then even that I'm just not thinking of. going to do? We're going to use her again, just kicks and giggles. Watch this be Heracles again. That'd be amusing. But I think there should be another Chimera. Probably. Well, thought so. Certainly not Heracles. Well, that was unlucky. That's what we call an issue if they didn't die this turn. But luckily, just that is going to happen. Because Mercy, if that thing crit this moment, it's not a day at the park. Okay, so despite the suggestive name of this chapter, next chapter will be where we actually find Heracles clearly. Because from my recollection, there's an entire chapter which is nothing but fighting him back to back to back to back to back. Yeah, this has got to be it. So we will grab a nice single target damage dealer that can quickly get their MP. Single targets. Oh, well, I guess we really just have Chloe as option. Unfortunately, but it's fine. It is fine. She will certainly do. And I seem to recall he has a wave of like some kind of small enemy right before the last fight that I feel like are sabers. It doesn't really matter because I think they're low health, but oh. Let's say we do an Arse chain, an Arse Brave chain. Of course, he's not even 100k. He gradually gets stronger. Each fight he's got higher health. So, if you don't have, well, you should, considering the state of FGR at the moment. But if you didn't have access to somebody on your friends list, they could blow him up fairly quickly. This is a good opportunity to practice. and figure out strategies of dealing with him while he's weaker, because he quickly ramps up. Wait a minute, don't we have... Yeah, there we go. The only issue is she can't get her MP quickly. We have no way of charging it, but we'll use her anyway. Well, we have ways of charging it, just not enough. So he's over 100k now. So Abigail, she gives you passive MP charge each turn for 3 turns, which is 10% and 30% MP damage up. Now eventually she gets an upgrade to this that on that also is adds a 30% battery for herself here. Second skill is Mass Hysteria. It inflicts fear and lowers defense. The defense down is 20%. And what terror is there's a 50% chance each turn to stun an enemy, basically, for the turn. And then her third skill lowers the enemy's charge by 1 and debuffs 20% of their attack. Her MP is Single Target Buster. Now before the attack goes off, it removes the enemy's buffs and then deals damage and reduces their critical attack chance for that turn by 30%. So that's her kit. We'll go ahead and do this, lower his defense and his attack. It's typically better to, well, it can be better to wait. It depends on the fight till he actually has a charge to drain. But we don't really care about that at the moment because she's going to get him. She's going to get him really quickly, thanks to this opening act. Her MP game leaves a lot to be desired, unfortunately. And Terror already procs. And once it procs, it removes the chance-based debuff. It's not like, oh, now every turn they have a chance of doing that. And I think in future terror effects like this, or fear effects, they add that in the description of the skill, whereas hers doesn't have it. I forgot her MP game's fairly lousy, so she almost didn't get her MP. He just, if he hadn't attacked her twice. Boy, that MP has a completely different animation when she's actually in her final ascension form. It's actually fairly... That wasn't much of anything really right there. So I definitely prefer her fully ascended version of her MP. That actually looks like it packs a wallet. And we could show her off again, but there's no use in it. Chloe's available and fairly consistent. I can consistently just pop him first down. For now, at least. We know she does a bit over 200k with her MP.
はあ、非効率的だな。
そんなに見たいの？こうしてほしいんでしょう。
いけるか？
That's not what I wanted to do. This is.
とっておき。山を抜き。
Yeah, she gets sure hit as well, so even if somehow he got an evade off, she'd still slap him one. Okay, so the
こんなもんか。
200k was a low roll, it seems. So we should be pretty safe. Although I think he does get up to like 230 for the final fight. But whoops, where to? Oh, well, here we are. See, I knew there were sabers involved. Why could I remember that so clearly, but every bloody thing else in these singularities, not so much.
それじゃ気持ちよく暴れましょうか。
よいしょ。
Now, presumably they give you a wave of really weak enemies just to prep for the big fight if you need it. Kind of lollygag around and get some MP gain if you want. That kind of a thing. We're actually going to start over here so David can at least smack a saber. Although, yeah. This charge is irrelevant, but... Oh, we got a... hopefully that's a bone. Yeah, I was right. I was even right about the health. Come on. Why can't I always have this memory with this game? She gets a brave chain as well, so we're in pretty good shape here for hopping in this turn. Here's one of the fights Uriel can sell in if you can get her MP before he kills her, of course. And if he's not got guts, evade her. But her bond goes quickly, doesn't it? There's another Berserker piece. I forget. C-Tonight. What particular classes does C-Tonight need? Caster and Berserker. Okay, okay. We've got it covered. The Berserker side's definitely okay. These are really lovely to get. They're kind of hard to come by. I'm pretty sure this is a double servant fight. Oh, shadow servant fight, maybe. But who? Actually, we'll do this. Just because we used it so much fairly soon ago, or recently. Sometimes I forget how to speak the English language. So, Phantom and Caligula.
守る邪を断つもうお前だねよいしょ星は粛々了解しました
Should be pretty easy one turn, but
星の
Never
灯火
can
は
tell.
消え諸人は運命を裁かれマハープララよ帰っていく場所に帰って
oh, yes, give us all the Void Dust, please. Yes, it's unfortunate Void Dust drops from Shadow Servants. And as the gold drop as well. Because that's one of the most needed bronze mass. I remember this fight being a huge troll because it's just a whole bunch of Lancers. You'd think it's just against Hector, but I seem to recall it being against several Lancers. Which isn't very neighbourly, if you ask me. So, let's do this. Our cost is high enough too. I have 3 gold units in the team. Let's do this, that. We'll switch to Lan Ling just because, well, for one, David is weak to all the Lancers. Now, he's good enough that you can even bring him into against Lancers because you shouldn't be... You're using him for his support, not his damage. But in this case, there's no real reason not to. Just further assist our damage dealing. Probably take out BMK first, if it's all the same. Yeah, he's got a lot of heals. Well, we got a lot of MP. Definitely want to take Kukulane out there. Don't want him to get started with his evade shenanigans. So that small attack up since it's level 1, but it's better than nothing. It's unfortunate that all of her cards were in turn 2. We will get a busted chain though. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. He can stun and drain MP, the bugger. I suppose we might as well do this since he's does so much damage. Well, since you're picking on Heracles so much, how do you like this? Finally he's dealt with. That can actually be pretty rough of a fight, especially since sabers are so bloody hard to come by for the most part. Because it's like, oh, you've got Caesar, which you'll have to begrudgingly use unless you just hate him too much. And here is our first actual really difficult, or this is a boss fight that can really catch you off guard, because the last demon god pillar that we fought was frankly a bit of a joke, and then this one comes along and is a great deal stronger, has like twice the HP that one had, and has a mate with it. Now, he's weak. He's strong against knight classes, but weak against four horseman classes, so cavalry classes. So rider, caster, assassin, and berserker. Those are what you want to use against him. Avengers also take half damage from him, but deal regular damage to him. So Bushi, for example, is really good at taking out these demon pillars if you've got a nice Bushi. Unfortunately, we're not. Ours isn't kitted out that much at the moment, and she's only MP2. Or maybe even MP1, come to think of it. So we're going to do and get Davy back. Okay, oh, she is MP2. Now, the issue is the pillar is not alone. And is instead with Medea Lily again, and she's going to be able to, theoretically, she'll be able to heal him a bit. But don't panic, and definitely focus the pillar down. That's the threat. That's what you need to worry about. You want to get that bugger down as quickly as possible. Because those AoE attacks really add up, and he gets his MP moderately quickly. Guess what, Brave Chain? I buffed Heracles because I was thinking of Buster chaining, but it turned out not to work out for us. There we go. Now she can quickly get her MP, which is an issue. And we absorb that hit. And now we'll just possibly finish the fight. Now this looked easy just because bloody Arjuna's broken. And we, thanks to this being anniversary and us having an overflow of supplies and stuff, we were able to juice Heracles up a lot. but if you're coming through here blind, it can really catch you off guard. Because if she gets to healing, starts to healing, and then he gets to using his MP as well, team starts dropping really quickly. And there's Okeanis. Unfortunately, we never found out where the rum went, but we do have our 4th copy of David. And another Holy Grail. Grab that.
今年も折り
We'll
返し
do
が終わり
these.
状況終
Now, here's the big decision time of if we're going to roll anymore. To just end off. 8 summons, that would take 24 Saint Quartz. So wait, no, because we need 9 summons to hit the bonus. Right. 8 summons would just get us to the bonus. So I'd have to grind it 5 free quests. I suppose it wouldn't hurt, but we'll go ahead and summon now just to see what happens. But after this, after hitting this bonus, we're definitely done until probably the Maryland banner. Okay, here's the servant. Archer. Uriel, come on. There's Robin. The funny thing is, when I first played through, I, being a new player, not knowing any better, everyone was acting like Uriel was the single greatest thing since sliced bread. And so I was really keen on getting it. But then, another copy of that. It's not super needed, but, well, we can give 2 servants 50% charge to start with if I don't combine them. So that's okay. Okay, looks like another. We've already gotten. That's our 6th copy of that. 4-star. The rate up 4-star CEs are usually very stingy when it comes to me, for whatever reason. So this is actually pretty surprising to think. What's with the archers? What's with the Uriels? Oh, but to continue my story. So if you are going to raise Uriel, the big point you need is for Camelot, especially, and of course next is London. Or we could do FP summons as well. So the big points you would really want is kitted out in time and leveled up, max level and all that for Camelot. Okay. I didn't get a single copy of Uriel until I was through Babylonia on my main account. Then didn't get a copy of Cuchulainn or Arsico until I'd beaten the final singularity in Arc 1. It wasn't a pleasant experience. Well, next time we'll go to London. Things get a bit, things pick up a bit difficulty-wise in London. Well, it keeps progressing from the end of Okeanos there, rather. Is this a one fight? No, it is. Okay, we'll do this. And we will do this. We'll do this just to, so we'll cheat and get a head start on London a wee bit, just to get this easy Saint course. So that will cut down on one free quest I have to do. So 4, because again you have to do the fights 3 times each before you actually complete it. This can be a bit of a thing. So meet the automata. These drop the eternal gears, which is where Mash stopped at. It's that material she needs to go to rank 7 for her skills. These enemies have a very high crit rate, and they also have a high hit count, so they can charge MP fairly quickly. Well, they have a high hit count on their crits, rather. The basic attacks, not so much, or their non-crits, not so much. Alright, that was one wave. We wasted precious seconds because of that, because I didn't pay attention. Nice, Foggy London. And there we start getting them here, so that's good. Okay, now how many fights? Yeah. We'll pass on that one for the moment. Let's go back to Orleans and get to work here. It's all easy when we can just grab Juno here and Fernie Node to make sure we blitz through the last wave anytime. Okay, so 4 free quests is what we need to clear. If I recall correctly. Oh, Shadow Martha. Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll be feeling particularly kind, and will drop some void dust for us as we go through here. We might have gotten a dragon thing at least. And we didn't. And we just repeat over and over. 11 more times. until
やれやれ
we
非経
do
済的だな
2 lost, well, technically 3 summons.
気楽に気楽に
And then
そら
next time we'll embark on our trip over into London.
了解しました行きましょう終わるがいい
So, one trap you can fall into, this is quite late, I really should have said this in an earlier stream, but an easy trap for newcomers to fall into in this game is just how good buster cards are. So it's the see red, press red, Unga Bunga strategy, and that only works when you can just not only works until the enemy's health numbers start getting higher and higher, which they already have started doing, as you can tell, and that's still nothing compared to how it's going to be before too awful long. So it starts to get to the point where, oh no, even the big buster cards, they're not clearing out the enemies as quickly as they were before. But the big thing is you get so used to doing that you neglect your, especially arts cards, but also your quick cards. So you lose. So you don't get to experiment with learning about MP gain and how to manipulate that, or how to get the most out of that to quickly get your noble phantasms up, so you can take out these high HP enemies quickly and more painlessly. Like I never got an MP off for a very long time when I first started playing through. I completely was like, well, how do you get your MP? Didn't know up from down. It was too nice. There's no getting much further than that because it's a Lancer. At the time, my friends list was not particularly like I hadn't searched around and stumbled upon any like fake discords or the like or anything, so I didn't have a friends list. I was basically just using story support and nothing else. Okay, 1 down, 3 to go. I'm definitely not grinding out the full. Oh, that's lovely. Just give us more of those. Yes, please. Oh, we could do that. That's just two. That's just 2 fights. That is something we'll have to do eventually anyway. Do Heracles' interlude. It's a little higher AP cost wise, but it's fine.
やれやれ、非経済的だな。よいしょ。行きましょう。終わるがいい。
Need to start leveling Heracles' skills, because he's definitely needs to be 10-10-10 eventually. We'll start with this one first, the attack. Because when it comes to his survival skills, until he gets his Bond CE, those will have a lot less chance of, even with lower cooldown, being used more than once. I really don't like Heracles. Oh, David. Feels bad. Okay. This looks like a mess of a fight. Bunch of different things. So 2 free quests after this. I suppose there are any more interludes available that we can grab for some easy SQ. Right, it's a 9 tier, 9 enemy wave. I will find the right word eventually, I promise. Oh, that crit though. That's one of those mean crits. I don't think there's a way to clear all 3 of them out, unfortunately. Hey, can so mind laying off the crits, please? That'd be lovely. I should have just brave chained with Heracles. That's what I should have done. Definitely. Also, I want to cast this just in case. Feels bad to waste a Buster on such little health, but we mucked up the last turn, so we gotta take our medicine. Okay. we get through this wave, then we're on 3 because we can just MP the last wave. So long, David.
シールドエフェクト発揮します。
Mash with her tiny little
行きましょう。
defense up. It's the thought that counts, I suppose. Oh, so close. Ah, joke's on you. We're alive.
了解、はい、了解です。
She's level 40. She should be able to do less than 1200 damage. Ah, Kim Chimera. Hey, we actually got a skill back. A level 1 skill too. Full cooldown. This kitty's not going anyway.
了解し、行きましょう。滅亡と創生はこれ表裏一体。マハプララヤ。人よ、生きるとし。終わるがいい。狂いた炎の海。血の矢。
Our drops were abysmal, unfortunately. Make sure we got a couple lots of gems, but it's quite sad. Or he's got another interlude available. That will be a more difficult one, most likely, though. I'll actually check.
善を守り、邪を断つ。行くぞ。
Oh no, it doesn't seem that bad. So we'll clear this free quest and then we'll do that interlude. And then I think that's all we needed. St. Court's wise, isn't it?
なるほど、了解しました。
Oh bugger, I was going to level his fierce skill a wee bit. We definitely won't be able to get it very high, but yeah, a start would be nice. Like, we'll probably get it to 3, if that.
行きましょう。なるほど。終わるがいい。終わるがいい。
Shadow Phantom. So yeah, the little bugger hanging out in the little swipe. Well, again, just like Martha, hopefully we get some void dust. Fortunately, the sound keeps glitching out on the SMP. That's just unfortunately something that happens occasionally in this game with MPs. The sound bugging out on them. Even if this, it's not an emulator thing either, it happens on proper phones too, for people.
きましょう。了解しました。
Shame we got so many Buster cards there. Instead of this middle wave, which actually is more enemies. And of course, David cards. That was to be expected though, since he didn't really get anything in the first wave.
行きましょう。 ならばこうしましょう。星は縮小なる。了解しました。
Fire Laser Boy Dust. Just keep those coming because I need a lot of them.
Zen を守り、邪を断つ。行くぞ。なるほど。了解しました。行きましょう。終わるがいい。
Oh, we got most of Heracles' cards that first turn.
行きましょう。なるほど。終わるがいい。
So 2 Hera, 2 David, 1 Arjuna.
なるほど。
Oh yeah, these little zombies can poison you. I had actually forgotten about that. They seem to not do it very often. Because I mean, this is the first time it's happened to us. On stream at least.
星は了解しました。
Unfortunately, the sound's just been consistently glitching out now. Oh well, it happens. Oh, we got a hero approved. Alright, Heracles' interlude. And to find that, we can't just go to the map if we knew where it was, and I'm pretty sure it's an Okeanos, but... Oh, never mind, it's in Fuyuki. Yeah, we definitely want a nice saber here. Before we do anything though, I'm going to go ahead and see how much we can raise Hera's skill. Oh, yeah, we can't even get into 3 yet, I think. Because he's going to need 2 more. That's a shame, but I'll show you. See, he's going to need 2 more. Well, that's a big size. Let's get up if we have. Yeah, you're still waiting on babies. And red gems. Ushi's one that All three of her skills are really good. So she's one you can, that's fine to sort of level them all up sort of evenly instead of rushing one skill. Plus we don't even have a third skill yet. Now, when it comes to his skills, obviously we want to, I'll go ahead and raise it a little actually. The vast majority of the time, if they have a battery skill, that's what you want to make sure you get first. Because you want that MP gauge. Oh, we've not been getting red gems for sabers. That's interesting. Now, truthfully, there's no real reason to kill yourself leveling 1 until you can get it to 6 to at least get 1 cool turn off the cooldown. But it's sometimes nice to see some level of progress, even if gradual. And it does help a bit, depending on the skill. Even beside that. Wait, we were going to bugger. My apologies. I was going to switch Lan Ling in as for David, but I had forgotten to. Now, hopefully, we get some homunculi babies from these. Hope. Because we're going to need quite a few of them. Wow. That could have went better. See if that was Lan Ling. We might have actually killed it this time. Okay. Oh dear. It's a shame. We got a quick card, but it didn't matter. So long, David. Now the good news is we will get a Brave Chain for Artoria. Sounds really bugged out now, even half the attacks. Boy. Buggered. Okay, she's got her battery back. And another Brave Chain. We could even give her another, well, 15% charge. If needed. And a turn of invulnerability. See, that's one of the things. Sorry, when it comes to night classes, the Buster AoEs, you've got Ishtar. She's got 50% battery. She's got hard survival in an invul. And you've got a Reskagal, who's Freelancer. She's got a 50% battery. She's got a 1-turn hard survival, also in an invul. Now, this is a big old dragon, I believe. A very large lad. Okay. If we could get 20% charge, that would be lovely. No rose. Now, I think she got a Brave Chain. It should be sorted. We'll see though. Well, maybe not actually. I forget that I have a lot less buffs than normally on Shiki. Did lower its defense though. Or it might have actually done it with that crit. Speaking of crits, crit again, give her MP. You know what? I don't need your bloody crit. I'll do it myself. Not even a problem. And we got another master level. We don't get any drops though in this, which is very unfortunate. Usually these interludes have, if nothing else, bloody near guaranteed drops, it seems like. But these are early ones though, so it's probably later on where they fixed that and made interludes a way you could possibly get some handy rarer mats. Like Blackbeard's interlude, for example, can give you, or will give you, like 5 or so forbidden pages. Okay, here we go. Our final beginner summon. Well, moment of truth. Well, it's unfortunate, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. We still have friend point summons to hope to get Asuka and Kukulain. No, bugger. deepest apologies, but sometimes the thing freezes like that. I feel like OBS is trolling and closing. On me. I don't know, something weird's going on. We're done anyway, I suppose, but I was going to do the FP summon. Final FP summon of the stream. So hopefully we get Ku or Arsico from Ku and Arsico from FP soon enough. Chen Gong. That was our first copy of Chen Gong, wasn't it? It wasn't. It's a third. Huh. Well, he should definitely be our Buster support because, especially since we have Heracles, because he provides some bonus stuff for Berserkers. Oh yeah, we almost forgot about this. In B4 UEL as well. The actual odds. Okay, I think we've done about all the damage we can here. We'll go ahead and get rid of the junk that we've acquired. Just to make our box more clean. Can't believe we've gotten 6 copies of that. Okay, we keep that. Just 2 more of those and we can MLB it. Of course now we don't need it because we got a second copy of this. Because it only goes to 40%, whereas these start you at 50. But I'm definitely not going to bother combining those two just to get that on a higher level cap, because it's better to have access to 2 50% charges as opposed to 1. And they're mixed stats anyway, so it would be a very negligible gain. Overall, we can't be too disappointed with our starter rolls, our beginner rolls really. Frankly, it'd be silly too. I mean, we got Nidochris, we got Lon Ling, we got Tsunai, we got Heracles, who's the single best starter role you could get overall. We got little Tarmacat, who you'll eventually level maybe. See, the issue is she shares a lot of the materials that Heracles needs. both when it comes to ascension and leveling up skills, as well as David, because they both need homunculi babies, and a lot of them. Wait, I think she does. Maybe confusing it with somebody else when it comes to the babies. But she definitely hones in on a lot of the mats. Yeah, she needs babies as well. And that is no good. Alright. So that's been Okeanos. Next time we'll go adventuring through London and seeing what kind of shenanigans we can get into. So, hope you enjoyed. Take care and see you next time.